calling Lorville home. Residences are available at all price points. See a habitation rep for details. Need a job? Urban Dynamics is currently hiring Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
Well, I can pick it up right here. Might as well start out easy.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Why not consider calling Lorville home? Residences are available at all price points. See a habitation rep for details. Need a job? Urban Dynamics.
Back where we started, I should have checked before I even left the thing, huh? There's the elevators we came out of, so. Good morning, Antonio. Good morning. Hello. Oh, pretty good. How you doing? You playing in the PTU? I've watched it some. I'm not so excited for the flight model anymore. Yeah, I guess it seems to me they're trying to make it easier for people to use keyboard and mouse. You know, this flight model seems to be aimed at making it more complex for for mouse play, but I'm not sure they're taking away from.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
Most of the people I've seen didn't really care for it, but I'm not too worried about it. Actually, I don't guess it's not the flight model that seems to bother me. It's the control system. You know, it's not the flight model itself, but the way you control the flight model that seems somewhat odd to me. But I'll reserve judgment till I get to try it. I'm not too worried about it. I can't wait to see ArcCorp and all that close up. I mean, I've seen some of the vids and stuff, but
Person Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
yeah, it's gonna be, that's what everybody's saying. Oh, it's gonna be tweaked, and I'm sure it will be. With luck, they'll get it fixed up a little better before they get it to live. But I'm still waiting on them to go wave 2 so I can try it out.
Train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
I just bought the. Yeah. I wanted to so bad, then I realized that I almost did it yesterday, and I thought, that's stupid. Because I've got some credits on my account, and I realized I could actually buy a sub for credit. I don't even, you can subscribe for credit, of course.
TISA Spaceport.
It's not like, yeah, but I didn't know you could do it for credit. I figured that was new money only. Like a war bond. But no, you can actually do it for credit. Boy, I was right there, like, should I click? And I was like, yeah, that's kind of dumb. I was almost ready to, yeah, you get some flares, and the loaner ships and things. So, there's reasons to do it anyway. But right now I got $10 on credit, and then I've got one flare item I won in a giveaway. That's $5, and worse comes to worse, that's the $15.
Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
The Corsair, I've heard a lot of people are doing that exact same upgrade. I wonder why, but that's pretty cool. The heat seeker, did it come? It came with the LTI.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
Because that may be why I see a lot of people using that.
Weapons within Lorville is strictly prohibited. Your safety is paramount to us.
Because you're like the second or third person that told me they did that. I think it has, the heat seeker is cool and all, but it's still just a right. It's just a skin, really. So, yeah, I can see why. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I got an invisible guy? Sorry, dude. No shit, that's all it was? Well, damn, that's a hell of a... To me, that seems like a good deal. Yeah. Yeah, that seems like a great freaking deal for $10. Me personally, I'd much rather have the Corsair. Actually, the Corsair, I mean, I was looking at the... I was kind of looking at the Carrack, but I may be looking at the Corsair, because it's a exploration ship. So yeah, guessing it's a lot cheaper than the Carrack. Yeah, but I'm just thinking it might be an entry level, kind of like the Carrack, only not as expensive. The Carrack is, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That might be a lower level Explorer that I may have to look into. I'm not I'm not real, hip on the asymmetrical wing, but it's certainly, it's cool looking, but to me, I could take it or not. It's not a big. In other words, I'll buy it whether it's got the asymmetrical or not. That's not a determining factor to me. Yeah. Noisy. Yeah, you see a lot. Everybody's in the PTU. I was supposed to stream with the Sunday Dream Team guys. Hey. Chill out. There you go. I ended up not streaming with them because, half of them wanted to do PTU, half of them didn't. And I think they ended up not doing it, but by then I'd kind of, I almost didn't stream today. Darn, don't tell me my buttons are not right. Yeah, but they've apparently gotten rid of all the of the advanced stuff and all, and I'm like, man, that's just. I just got. No, there we go. Yeah, it is right. Yeah, all the key bindings are there, but it's not like advanced or regular. It's all just regular, apparently. And they changed a lot of the names, so people just aren't sure what the keybinds mean. I guess that's probably what it is more than anything. They just weren't. Okay. Well, I don't know since I've never used normal. It won't matter there. Well, I've seen a lot of this on other alpha games. They'll change something, and the people that are playing it and are used to what they have hate it. And no, it's too complicated for new players. And no, the new players don't have that preconceived idea, so they don't have as much trouble. They got to learn a system anyway, and they just learn the system that's there, and so they don't hate the new system. That's to them, it's the ordinary, it's the regular system, not the old system or the new system. Them, it's the only one. So they tend to have less trouble than the people that already have preconceived ideas of how it should be. There goes that box mission. Started over. So yeah, I'll probably I'm just gonna reserve. You know, I've heard good and bad on it. Mostly people that didn't like it, but I think I can attribute that to I can attribute a lot of that to the you know, to just change. You know, people get comfortable with what they have, and then when change happens, they're you know, they become aggravated because they have to put effort into something new that they don't necessarily want. But new players don't seem to see it. You know, they don't see that. They start the game and see the controls that are given to them and just learn it. You know. That one's out of planet. Might as well. I do know it seems to be slower, which you know, for just the you know, the PvP ship guys, they aren't liking it at all because you know, it changes the combat too
Finally
much
ready to
for
take the
them.
plunge on a used ship?
I
Meanwhile,
don't do
Imperial Shipyard for exciting new
yeah, I don't
technology.
do hardly any. I've done a couple of ECN missions just to
Welcome to your
try it
ship
out
center.
kind of thing,
Transfers
but
to the
that's it.
perimeter,
Other than
spaceport,
that,
and
I don't
industry
really.
lines.
You know, same with PvP. The FPS missions. Now they're kind of
Welcome to
fun,
Retro
but
Center. Transfers to the
right
perimeter,
now. But
spaceport,
I have a
and
feeling by
industry
the
lines,
time
fellow
they
travelers.
fix them
Do not
to
lock
where
doors.
everybody else is happy, then I won't want to do them. Then they'll be too difficult.
First and security
I mean,
reserve
my
the right
my
to switch
objective is
travelers at
more
any time.
RPG exploration, and
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious
yeah,
and
that's
dangerous
my
offense.
number one goal is like RPG exploration. You know, that's why right now, like I say, I have $10 credits and then a
Be
$5
considerate to your
uh
fellow travelers. Do not block doors.
flare item that I could trade in, and I'm saving that. That's like put away because that's the $15 I need to upgrade my freelancer to the dirt.
Placing the
But
platform
I
edge
just
where
haven't
trains
done
are
it
approaching.
because, well, I don't know. I might want that for something else between now and whenever the DUR has a purpose. You know, the DUR won't be useful at all, at least until
Trespassing
after
or
they get
attempting to trespass on
another
train
solar
tracks is a
system.
serious and dangerous offense.
Zero advantage over it and the base freelancer that I have now at the moment. So,
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not block doors.
probably not as far as the Carracks or the Corsairs, no, but it should be able to do the
Step
jumps,
away from the
at
platform
least
edge
the
where
short and
trains are
maybe the
approaching.
medium ones, the medium. If you look on the star map that they have jump tunnels between solar systems. That's what they call them,
Now
tunnels.
arriving from TISA
But
spaceport. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding. Stand
but
by
they
and let
only have
passengers disembark before
uh
boarding.
but they only and they have small, medium, and large jump tunnels. So
Trespassing or attempting to
now
trespass
whether
on
all
train
that comes
tracks
to
is a
pass or
serious
whatever,
and
that's what they
dangerous
have
offense.
shown now. So
platform edge when train is approaching.
But reasonably, there should be some advantage of the dirt, over the regular freelancer. They're going to have a hard time explaining to people why they charged everybody more for it. We'll see. But that's why I haven't upgraded it yet, because right now there's yeah, I guess it does have the scanners. But I mean, what does that do you? Right now, scanners are only good for finding ships or ores. That's not really anything I need to, I'm even concerned about as far as exploration, right? So, that's not an advantage as far as exploration right now. It would only be an advantage for mining or for PvP. So, yeah, it has better scanners, but how does that make it an explorer? I don't get that part of it yet. Like I say, that doesn't really give it any advantage as far as exploring right now that I can tell.
Hurston Dynamics is committed to the safety and prosperity of all of our citizens and visitors.
Unless they'll have to change the map, I guess, to make that do any good. Because right now, I mean, when you first start the game, all the map is full. You can open your map the moment you log into the Port O, and you can see all the space stations and everything else. Now, if that were to change, where you actually had, like a fog of war thing, where you had to locate those space stations before they'd show on your map, then a scanner would have a real purpose. So it may be something of that nature. Where they're going to change it to where you can't see space stations or jump tunnels or whatever until after you map them. But right now they don't. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're saying they're able to, that right now they don't do that. That would have to be a change to the mapping, the way the systems are mapped out. 38. Yeah, well, that's kind of why I haven't upgraded the freelancer to the dirt, because at that point, then maybe the scanner will be a benefit. But so far, I see zero benefit in having the dirt, which is the one that, What the heck? Did I get the wrong? I think I went to. Oh, I went to the wrong one. Carrick would be great, but hey, Rexel, good morning. Yeah, the Carrick would be great, but yeah, I can't warrant spending that on a free game item right now. Not with my budget. But yeah, I'm gonna upgrade that to the dirt if they figure out some way of making it a benefit. 3 p.m. here. Wow. Well, 8:40 a.m. here. And the scanners aren't quite enough unless they change the mapping system. Unless it's like a fog of war kind of thing where you can't see planets or whatever until you scan and get close enough. Right now, like I say, you spawn into the game, everything's mapped. You know, the only thing scanners are good for is locating ships or ores, and that's not something I'm looking for in exploration. I'm not, well, the other ships are nice to avoid the dangers, but there we go. Didn't work the first time. Yeah. One of these days I'll remember to check my throttle before I do it. I always move my throttle to far forward just because it's small, it's out of the way.
You are cleared for liftoff. Thank you for your patronage.
So when are they gonna drop wave 2? I figure. Yeah, from what I've seen, it's a little more crashy than even 3-4 is here, but I'd play it if they'd let me. I figure they'll do like last time and throw wave 2 out there about 2-3 days before live. Yeah, I saw some of the videos. Watched some streamers. My favorite nerd show and tell. He actually managed to land there, and of course, we got to see a good walk through the city, and man, it's outrageous. I can't wait to go visit it. Although, and I did this when they had the expo, the ship expo, it would be a really good time to run some drugs. Right after a big release like this with a new planet, everybody and their brother's going to be stuck on Arcorp. And yeah, it might be a good time to run a few drugs and buy me a small ship or something. That's what I did the last time when they had the expo. That's what I did. I actually bought the 85X there out of New Deal. And that was using an Aurora. I mean, I managed to run enough drugs in an Aurora to buy that 85X in 3 or 4 days during that expo. I mean, there was nobody there. So with this thing, I could probably make enough to buy a Cutlass or something if I wanted to. HDMS Woodruff, sure. Just to be doing something this morning. I don't know about an Andromeda. Those are 6 million. That takes a lot of drugs. I'd have to run a lot of lives to make that much money. Grab me some coffee real quick while I'm exiting. Actually, after flying this thing around, I'm not so sure I don't wanna spend some money on a little Aurora. They are a lot better for just this, like what I'm doing right now. They're actually better than anything. Easier to fly and land in little nooks. Well, yeah, but you got to have the credits to start with, and keep in mind we're talking about right after the wipe. So I think I'll have more starting money because of this freelancer though. So I don't know what I get to start with, but I think I'll get more because I upgraded my package. I may get more starting money. You start with, yeah, well see, before I upgraded to this, I started with 10K. But in that package, I only had 1K UEC on the package, right? This one I have 5K UEC. So if it's an exact multiplier, that means I should have 50K instead of 10K. Which still isn't a lot, but it's a lot more. I mean, yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I'll have, 50K to start with instead of the 10K that I had with the base package. So that'll be a big help. Yeah, that would be enough to probably fill this freelancer up with Widow. I don't know. I've never done the math on the freelancer yet. I can grab some coffee. Yeah, I'll have to do some calculating and figure out what it would cost to fill this up and so on. I haven't even looked at it. I'm thinking it's going to be like 70, 80K to actually fill this with Widow, but that's just a guess. If I'm not mistaken, let's see. I'm not going to look it up. I say I haven't even messed with Widow, so I'm not even sure I could find the darn place. Oh, I did see something on the notes. It's something about stash houses with kiosks were mentioned in the upgrade notes for 3.5, the 3.5G notes. And I'm like, stash house? As opposed to a outpost, they actually use the term stash house. And I'm like, I wonder if that means they're finally getting another drug lab or whatever somewhere. Finally, or that they're getting another drug lab somewhere. Not necessarily finally, but Juanita. Okay. They told rumors from what I heard. I mean, nobody said specifically that there was or wasn't that I've seen, but I mean, I've seen two of the tweets, but they were very non-specific. There was no there is this or there is that. They were in fact, he was something like the drug lab that would be profitable. That was kind of the phrasing he used. Whether it's a different kind of drug or a different kind of material that's drug or non-drug doesn't. No, he didn't specify. Nor did he specify when or where they would be put in the game that I knew. But there could have been other tweets and stuff. It's certainly possible. I mean, it would take, just luck, pure luck to find one without some kind of pre-knowledge, though. I mean, you look at how big these planets are and, how close you can fly to something and not find it. I mean, I know I've flown right by the drug lab a dozen times trying to find it at night and never did find it, and I know I was in the right area, kind of thing. I know I was close, but you just can't see them. So yeah, it would take just happenstance, some minor or something happening on one, and actually stopping and investigating. Because if they're mining, they find some unmarked outpost. That's not necessarily means anything. There's several unmarked outposts on Yella and other places already, so that doesn't, that may not even raise a flag enough for them to investigate. In other words, it's possible somebody's flown right up to or right past one and never noticed what it was, even if there are more than the one. But I know the Oregon men, NFI, they were all about, they heard those tweets, got the tweets where they kind of suggest there's other drug labs, went right after Hurston came out. And yeah, for 2 weeks they're all flying around the planets trying to find it. And I was helping them for about a day, and I'm like, you know what? Without some way to even fly a pattern, with a grid, with a real map, this is crazy. You'll never find it unless it's just pure luck. From day to day, you can't really even tell what area you've mapped or searched and what area you haven't. You don't have any way to determine which is north. So yeah, it's kind of goofy. So finding something on planet is not easy, even if you know where it's at. If you don't know where it's at, it's close to impossible. I mean, I found 3 of the wrecks on different planets, and that's with with like coordinates and all that. And it still took me 3-4 hours. each one took quite a bit of time. Some of them 3-4 hours worth of time. So we'll see. It'd be nice if they had more drug labs. I mean, right now it's till they get permanent persistence or whatever. I'm not really that concerned about it.
Landing gear down. Landing successful.
But I do hope they put some more drug labs in. And, it kind of makes sense, especially during the early development like this. Huh, where'd that one come from? That must be that box I on the mission before where I got disconnected. Haven't even picked up the box I wanted. But yeah, it makes sense to have, a quick, easy way to make money in in this alpha game that wipes every 3 months. I mean, right now they have ship purchasing, and it's been tested in PTU, but that's it. I don't think that many people have bought in-game ships because there's just no point in it. Too much of a grind to buy something that is going to get wiped in a couple of months. Yeah, it's a massive grind. The only ships worth buying would be like the Cutlass would be one of the cheapest ships that are really worth buying. I mean, I bought the X86 because it was cheap. It's only 600K. But it's a useless vehicle. I mean, the only real purpose in that vehicle might be to haul somebody you don't really know, because it doesn't have an interior, and they got to get in a pilot seat. To get out of the seat, they have to exit the vehicle, so they can't shoot you. Other than that, it really has no purpose. There's no point in that little ship other than looking cool. That's why I bought it, though. I mean, I bought it because it's the coolest little sports car looking spaceship I've ever seen. And I wanted it. And it is a blast to fly. I mean, it is a blast to fly. I'll give it that.
Launch sequence complete.
But yeah, it has zero, but it's not a very useful vehicle. So yeah, you're looking at 1.5 million credits to get anything useful. I mean, that's what I'd like to be able to buy. Would be a Cutlass. Actually, I almost wish they had the Titan, because that would be. I mean, it should be a little cheaper than the Cuddy, right? And it's, to me, it's about as useful, unless you're doing like ECNs, it's just as useful. It'll do pretty much anything the Cutlass will do. But yeah, I wouldn't mind having something a little lighter, smaller, easier to manage in these little outposts than this thing. Although I'm getting more and more comfortable with it. Getting where I can park at the front door like that one, like I did there, now pretty good. So by the time I get to where I can actually buy a smaller ship, I won't need it. Murphy's Law. That and anything smaller than the Cuddy, this one has an advantage in the quantum speed. So actually, I don't think the Cutlass is that much smaller. I'd have to put them side by side, but
Hydrogen fuel at 100%.
I've gotten to where I love that Avenger. I mean, view. It's got the cockpit view, unobstructed view. You got an excellent view. Cutlass has a lot better guns. Better guns, hauls more people, and a larger cargo bay. You can get a Cyclone in the bed of a Cutlass easier. In the cargo bay bed, not a pickup truck.
Quantum travel engaged.
But yeah, I'll bet with this freelancer, I'll bet I could grind enough to buy a Cutlass during the first week of 3.5, because there'll be very few people at Jumptown or anything. Everybody will be out there at ArcCorp checking out that new planet. Yeah, well, I've heard positive and negative about it. But not most of the negative I found about it isn't about the flight model itself. Although, yeah, I mean, people don't like that it's slower. They want the Star Wars zip back and forth kind of flight model, not so much a realistic flight model. And for gameplay, that may need to be toned back to it a little bit. But we'll see. Most of the negatives I've found about it is just the way the controls are done. I mean, it seems to me they're trying to take away advantage of having controllers. They're trying to make a system that controls just as good with a keyboard and mouse, and you don't really need, the dual sticks or the HOTAS set up to, to compete in the controller side of things. I don't know. But I haven't tried it, so I can't say. I mean, for me, I'll figure out how to work it with my HOTAS, or yeah, then I won't like it. If there's not any reasonable way, if there's not any reasonable way I can use my HOTAS for immersion, then I'm not gonna like it. I mean, that's why I use the HOTAS and and the pedals, because that's the immersive part of the game. And if it becomes more of a problem to use controllers, then that's a problem to me, because I want to use the controllers, not because I do PvP and need the super fast response, none of that. I just do it because I want to be able to push the throttle forward rather than hold a key. That to me is more immersive. And yeah, they kind of took away the whole throttle thing, and I'm like, I'm not sure how this is going to work. I got plenty of different, buttons and axes and things, so I'm sure I can figure out something that'll work that's immersive. So I'm not worried about it. But I can understand them wanting to be more keyboard mouse friendly. You know, a lot of people, because they do want, you know, everybody to get in game, you know, to be able to play the game, and you know, a lot of people that might want to play this game don't necessarily have joysticks or controllers. I mean, I have a big, I even have a yoke, you know. Yeah, and a lot of people don't want to use joysticks, you know. But to me, that's the immersive part of it. You know, it's moving a physical throttle, you know, moving a physical stick to make. In my case, it was airplanes. I mean, you know, I have a yoke system, literally a push pull turn the steering wheel yoke for airplanes, and you know, then I had my HOTUS. And that way, depending on which airplane I was flying, I could actually use the exact same controls that the airplane has. You know, with the pedals, you know, I could literally, you know, it's just like having a steering wheel and stuff for a racing game. You know, with you know, and having a throttle and brake pedal. You know, that it's more immersive than using keyboard. And it's the same thing with flying spaceships. You know, like this one, I could actually mimic that specific control that I'm looking at on the desktop right now. I have a yoke which is exactly that. What I'm staring at. It's a steering wheel that turns and pushes and pulls. And you know, I could mimic that exactly. And if they kind of make that more trouble than it's worth, then yeah, I kind of have a problem with that. I mean, you know, that's, you know, fidelity and immersion isn't shit if I have to go back to something less immersive for control. In other words, I hope they don't try to make it so much better on the keyboard that the joystick and controllers become obsolete or unusable. Then yeah, that's a problem for me. It wouldn't be a deal breaker, but it'd certainly be a problem. Certainly be something I would be upset with. Well, right, but I'm not a hardcore player. I'm just the opposite. I'm an RPG immersion player, not hardcore. I don't even do the PvP. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. But they got to keep them useful. You know, I don't mind them making it where the keyboards are just as good, you know, as far as the hardcore players and doing the PvP. But if they get to a point where they're making controllers less useful or less beneficial than flying with just a keyboard and mouse, then I've got a problem. I mean, I don't want to use a mouse to fly my spaceship. You know, that to me is not immersive at all. And it has nothing to do with being better or faster. It has to do with being immersive. Yeah, but I don't think that's what I think they're trying to make a new system that is good for, you know, all the way around, but
Quantum travel engaged.
you know, people, oh yeah, but it's more realistic. And I'm like, well, yeah, you know, but they use that realism when they want to, and then say, oh, but you know, we have to cater to the, you know, to the play, you know, gameplay when they want to. So, you know, I just don't buy that. We'll see how it works. I mean, from what I saw, the biggest problem is people couldn't get their ships over 60, 70 meters per second. I mean, now that may be something with the overheating or whatever, but if you can't even reach your SCM speed, that's a problem. And, well, this is just speed. I mean, right, but could you get them up to speed? I mean, in other words, I'm doing 205 meters per second right now in SCM. Will this ship fly at 205 SCM in 3.5? Because the ones I saw, it wouldn't. It would only do about 80. And that's a problem. I mean, what's the point in having 200 and whatever, SCM speed if it won't do that without burning up the engines? So that's the only thing I'm concerned about is the overheating that I saw everybody do engines. It was, a reclaimer, for instance. One nerd was flying a reclaimer, and he couldn't get it over, this was in space, he couldn't get it over 26 kilometers a second. I mean, my car will go faster than that, right? And this is in space without his engines overheating. That's a problem. And now that may just be the heat thing. PTU, that's what PTU is for. Work out all the bugs that everybody else would have problems with, have an issue with, and get salty. But yeah, the days of doing like this apparently may be over. In other words, I can do 800 to 1,000 meters per second coming into this planet. And I don't think you'll be able to do that anymore. And that may be a problem. That's, from what he couldn't, he 2 days in a row he was playing with it and never could figure out how to get them to even do SCM speed, much less boost speed. That's kind of worrisome, but hopefully he just didn't figure out how to do it right. That's what I'm hoping is that he just didn't figure it out yet, because that's worrisome. So, did you have any problem with the top speeds of getting around in the PTU, Antonio? It didn't seem much slower flying around? Like I say, I saw several people have issues. Well, the three streamers I saw all had problems trying to get it to do, full speed. I mean, not quantum jumping, just regular flight. They couldn't get it to go very fast. takes it away from me or pays me. Withdrawn. That was a wasted mission. I guess it'll need a lot of balancing, obviously. It's a brand new system, but yeah, that's the only thing I'm kind of concerned about is if they didn't overdo it, trying to make ships feel heavier. They still should be able to do good speed eventually. I mean, I don't care if it takes longer to get there, but this ship should be able to do 200 meters per second. And if it can't, then yeah, that's going to be a drag. I mean, quantum time is bad enough. If it takes you 20 minutes to get from the jump point to a planet, then people aren't going to like that. Yeah, well, I'm talking about the SCM speeds. Like I said, he took a reclaimer out, and even in space, with no atmospheric conditions, he couldn't get the reclaimer to go faster than 26 meters per second. 26. I mean, like I said, my car goes faster than that down every highway in the country. I mean, No, he wasn't lying. I was looking at it. I mean, it was live. It was just like this. I was looking at the screen, just like you are. And he couldn't get it without it overheating. He couldn't get it over 26 meters per second. Okay, well, see, well, I figured the overheating was a bug, but that's part of the update. Was the heating system. So it's supposed to be overheating at some point, and his gauge showed 26 SCM or 26 meters per second. That's where his autopilot thing had to be set. If he set it any higher, it would overheat the engines. So yeah, I don't know how you were getting it over that rating. But yeah, I kind of hoped it was that he just hadn't figured out how to work it yet. But and to be fair, this was a PvP pilot, so which they're just in a hurry to get somewhere to shoot at something, right? They're not into the RPG side of the game like you and I are. So he doesn't want all the extra. You got to do this, that, and the other to get better speed. He just wants to hit the button and go, get to where he's going. He doesn't want any of the immersion that I want. So. In other words, I don't mind if there's, set up or you gotta, do certain things to, maybe uncouple and use afterburner or something to get above the auto, speed or something. I don't care about all that so long as it's not outrageous, complicated. And that's one of the reasons I kind of drifted away from the serious flight sims. It because it can become monotonous, and I mean, yeah, it's more realistic if you got to go through a big pre-flight and everything. But after a while, you just want to fly around. You know, you do that a dozen, 2 dozen times, and then it's like, that's okay. But I just want to get in and fly it around. Well, I hope it doesn't get that serious, and that's what a lot of people are concerned about. That's kind of where it's headed. That it's trying to get more and more serious, like a flight simulator, which it kind of is supposed to be a flight simulator or a space simulator, but as a casual gamer, I don't want to spend 10 minutes doing pre-flights and everything else every time I take off from a port. You know, and that's what to do flight sim correctly. That's kind of what you would have to do. That's actually my background. Is I've got thousands of hours in FSX. Uh, you know, it can be serious, like you say, but it doesn't have to be. You can also jump in and load your airplane right on the runway and go. You don't have to do the serious side of it. And, that's all I hope they do here. I don't mind if they have the serious side, but they should have like flight ready. That's the whole purpose of flight ready. Yeah, you can go through and click start engines, start power, start engines, start shields one at a time, or you can hit flight ready. And yeah, that should always be a thing. There should always be some easy way just to jump in it and start playing. I don't mind if they want to do a more complete flight system, but I don't want to have to be forced to go through the a full procedure every time. That's going to prevent me from playing at a lot of times. If I just want to jump in and do a mission real quick or something, I'm not going to want to go through a full startup, shutdown, or landing procedures and all that. I don't know why I'm landing here, or why I even came here. I think I will land. Yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic and hoping that like I say, they don't make it too hardcore without at least ways to keep it minimal, minimal necessary setup for flying for those that don't want it.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Really, no, I don't need to get out here. But yeah, I'm just, I can't wait to try it. To me, I'm not so sure I like the whole idea. I mean, I've never flown any flight system whatsoever where you didn't have a main throttle, a power throttle. And from what I understand, it doesn't. They're removing the throttle and replacing it with like a cruise speed that it's going to try and reach, but that you don't have direct control over. And I'm like, okay, I don't like that. I want a direct control. direct throttle. That's everything I've ever flown in any kind of simulator or in real life had a direct control throttle. You know, you want to go faster, you push the pedal down. You want to slow down, you let off. You know, you didn't adjust your mouse with a mouse wheel or some little roller gauge a speed that the thing went to itself. That's a cruise control, and we only use that on highways. So that doesn't make sense to have that in use full time, even trying to land. I'm like, I'll have to, because that's what they even mentioned it in the ATV, that you know to for landing speed you just reduce that, whatever that, I don't even know what they're calling it. I haven't seen the controllers yet, but whatever they're calling it, you just reduce that down to 4 or 5 meters per second, and that's as fast as the ship will go. Then you use your boosters. That's the way I understand. And your boosters will only go up to that speed that you set. And I'm like, okay. Well, that'd be the equivalent of putting a dial on your dashboard for a car, where you adjust how fast it goes, then you hit the button and it goes that fast. That doesn't seem very logical to me. I mean, a direct throttle makes sense, and that to me just, you know, I'll have to see it and see how they work it, but to me it just doesn't really seem logical. I don't know. It may end up being a lot better than I think it is, or you know, a lot easier, but it just doesn't seem like a logical way to control speed in a vehicle. You know, at least not under the majority of, you know, if you're just cruising across, you know,
Quantum travel engaged.
the solar system, yeah, it makes sense to have a speed, a cruise control. But that's what we use quantum for. So the cruise control is, to me, seems redundant and unnecessary. You know, a quote cruise speed adjuster doesn't seem reasonable. We don't really need it. I mean, most people are going either flat out or landing. I mean, you know, or they're in combat where they're throwing the speed up, down, and up, down. And that doesn't really seem conducive to any of those conditions. But all I can do is guess and wait. I mean, I've seen a few people, and like I say, most of it, yeah, they're not real hip on it, but like I say, that's new. And it's not only that it's new, it's that it's new and they're already used to something else. They don't want to have to learn something new, which won't be an issue for a brand new player. Obviously, a new player won't, you know, it's anything, you know, no matter what it is going to be new for a new player. So.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum complete.
I mean, the one thing from what I've seen in the videos that I do have a real concern for, is the whole racing deal. I mean, because I mean, you know, like, and I'm not prejudiced against French at all. In fact, you know, but you know, there's a lot of the European streamers are real big into just racing, and I can't see this being worth a darn for racing. You know, from what I understand, the ships slide sideways more. You know, they kind of fishtail a little bit more, and the speed adjustment. I'm not sure how that's going to affect the racing scene. I mean, that's a whole group of people, particularly the French, that's all they do. Is they race through those pylons and things. And I'm just not sure how good that's going to be for that aspect of the game. I mean, if they're sliding and can't get through the pylons and have to come to a stop to make turns, that's going to be an aggravation for them.
Hydrogen fuel at 100%.
I mean, that's something I haven't actually seen anybody try to do or discuss how it's going to affect,
One hanger coming up.
but I have a feeling that's going to be one of the things that it's going to affect adversely would be the racing.
Landing gear down.
As far as the combat, probably helped me. I mean, it kind of slowed it down. It made everybody, nobody's an expert at the flight model and the controlling the way it is. The people like me that don't do it very much, it might have just as much a benefit now as anybody. So it might actually help us.
Deck collision. Port collision. Landing successful.
There you go. Safely landed.
Just 'cause I've been in Lorville long enough. Of course, I ought to stay over there for when the PTU hits. I figure they won't do that. They'll do that 2 or 3 days before it goes to live. By the time they put it to, open for all backers, they don't, it's not really testing anymore. They're just doing it because they set it up that way, not necessarily because they need to or want to. What they did last time, opened it up for 3 days, 2.5 days. Not even, it wasn't even quite 3 days. It's hardly even worth getting in, except for everything was going to get wiped anyway. I like it. It's fun. I get to play with extra toys, so worth it to me, even if it's only a day or two. Let's see. Wanting to see if I can get the Reco mission. Haven't done it in a while. Wrong tab here somewhere. Yeah, I may have to. I don't care for that one. I have to reload to get the missions. Exit to menu and back in just to get the missions here. Actually, take just a break while that's reloading. Be right back, get a bio break. Okay. Hopefully I'll get the mission now. It loads in pretty good off a hard drive once it's already loaded in once. Like the first time I load it up each day, it takes forever and a day. Then after that, it's only slow. I did manage to get some lighting, but not that it's perfect, but it's a lot better than it was last week. And there she is. I knew it'd be there. Actually, I guess still one of the best paying missions on this side of the solar. Get rid of that. Just curious what we're pushing here. After all our adjustments and settings changes.
Nice to see you again. Ah, then you'll be wanting to see me. Name's Recco. I see to the boring, fiddly bits for most of the miners work in the area. And the like. For most jobs, the terminal will set you up. But if you're after something with a bit of hair on it, best to talk to me direct. If you'd like, I can see to setting you up with something now. Nothing too big, but it'll let us see how we feel about working together. Sound all right to you? Great. I'll take a scan through now.
Do that. My coffee cup's got a hole in it. It's empty again.
I need someone to take care of this shipment for me. Here are the details for you. It's all yours. Fly safe.
Pushing more RAM and GPUs than I normally do. Not sure why. No idea. Just lag ski, I guess.
Your ship's all ready for you.
Hey, I can see the inside. Alright, I don't know why this is right in my way. I'm gonna put it back here for.
You're clear to take off.
Launch sequence complete. Landing gear up.
Good luck out there.
Do I not have a waypoint here? I sure don't. Be right there, I think. No, I do. Get over there. Oh, there it is. It's the first time that's ever actually worked, where I undid it and retracted and it showed it to me. Yeah, I'm already out of app moves. Yeah, that's actually the first time I've ever seen it work when you untrack and retract. It does work though. It works. It worked.
Pod of travel engaged.
It worked!
There it is.
It worked! I finally invent something that works!
Get some coffee real quick. Ah, turn the mic on, maybe it'll work. I got wrecked. I got wrecked.
It's gone.
There we
It's
go.
like it's been erased.
Erased from existence.
I got wrecked.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Yeah, that's what I need to figure out if I can do that through chat commands. Where it plays a random sound as opposed to playing one sound.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Landing gear down. Front collision. Deck collision. Front collision. Port collision. Deck collision. Landing successful.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Add one. That should be easy enough to remember. I'll forget it anyway, but it should be easy enough to remember. Pad one. Point trying to run, you can't do it with a box. I'll be done. cool. It's gonna let me go straight there.
Quantum travel engaged.
Gimme. Yeah, I can't wait to try 3.5. Knowing that it's gonna be a little bit frustrating with the controls and everything. Hopefully they'll have RCorp working a little better by the time they go to final wave on it. That's the part I want to walk around in RCorp. I've seen videos, but it's not the same. It was like Hurston when they first came out. I deliberately didn't go there, you know, except like the expo. I would wait till literally it was like an empty server or something and go there in the middle of the night. I'd stay up, 1 o'clock in the morning and, in the US here and on a US server and sneak out there while there was hardly anybody else around and sneak in, look at the expo, and then rent my ships or whatever I could do. Get out of there. But it was, so I had seen the Hurston and streamers and, watching other streamers and everything. I had seen it, but it's different. The first time you get on the train and ride the train, it's a different experience. Watching somebody else do it's just not the same. And people like gripe about the time of the train, and I can see that. And it is kind of it can be a time sink, but it's so freaking cool. Oh. I guess everybody's seen the Sky Bus in ArcCorp. That is just really cool. I can't wait to ride that Sky Bus. Watch people die because they're standing up in the front of it. That was so funny. That's weird. You would think, well, I guess it's the HUD and everything that it has to display. Definitely have less FPS from first person, third person. Usually most games it's the other way around, but I guess it's all the HUD stuff that's tracking.
Nice. Look at that. Got a hangar free that's perfect for you.
Landing gear down.
Yeah, when I first got this freelancer, it was a little harder to land. I tended to have to use third person, like right here, just to make sure I was in the right spot. Now, I've got it down to where I can tell where she's at.
Deck collision. Starboard collision. Successful.
Touchdown!
Touchdown!
Landing complete.
Definitely getting a little more adept at flying this thing. Nine out of 10 times this is way downstairs. Yeah. Where Wallace Clem is at. Which is another fun mission, but he doesn't pay diddly. He's fun just because he's the only hand carry item like that you can use key 6 to store. He gives you a little bitty package you carry around in one hand and you can inspect. As far as I know, it's the only mission in game that has that, where you can pick up a small item that's not an actual box, cargo box. There's customs. The other place, sometimes you have to return it right over there, but since it's not there, I know it's down down by Wallace Clem. Back behind this grand barter area. Passage, gotta go through here. From here on is actually new and 3.2 or 3.31, I don't remember. Whenever they added Wallace Clem, this whole hallway is kinda new. Whenever they added that guy, which is another mission giver. should pay me. The FTLs, they withdraw sometimes, but that one never has yet anyway. Let's see, just curious if I have the Wallace Clem mission. Well, that would kind of be neat. I'll have Constantine Hurston. Why would I have that one? That's like on the other side of the world. Okay, well no, I guess not. Where's my, how do I get out of here? See the teachers. Advertising, here it is. Level 1.
You there. You are a person of good taste, I can tell.
What's that mean? I think he wants me to buy a plant from him. You say anything to me? Guess not.
Hey, where are you going?
What am I doing? I'm shopping. What the heck do you look like I'm doing? Guess you can't buy any of that stuff.
Good deals, best in the market.
I didn't know they talked to you as you walked up to them. That's pretty neat. What do you get to say, huh? Cool. Climbing up on boxes. Hey, you. What you got there? Stationaries. What, they don't have Twitter in this day? You gotta send regular notes? That's kind of funny. I have to find me a better t-shirt, but I kind of like that a little better. More casual look. Until they give us some sunglasses or something that where you can still get chat and stats or whatever. I'm not too sure how good clothing is gonna go over. Have the monocle if you're the concierge, subscriber, whatever it is. However you get that, I'm not even sure. I know I don't have one. But to me, feel like they ought to sell some, say, sunglasses or something that does the same thing, gives you chat and your stats. Just makes sense that you should be able to see chat without having a helmet on, especially if you're in a, in a city or something where you don't need your spacesuit. It just seems kind of goofy that you gotta have a spacesuit to read chat. Need an alternate for street clothes, Yeah, don't need one, but it'd be nice. Guess I should put it that way. Wow, now I got no personal contracts. Normally you get more, not less. Huh. Let's try a relog the menu for fun. Disable that while it's doing. Not sure exactly how you get that Wallace Clem mission. I know I have gotten it before, so it's not anything. I mean, there's no unlock or whatever. I don't know how exactly you get it. Normally it's just log in and have it, so I don't know. Uh-oh. Tell me I'm stuck. Jesus Christ. Let go of me. Yeah, you. Get out of here. Fuck me. Don't know what else to do. I guess I'm gonna have to restart. Hopefully they'll put me in a different one that I'm not stuck in the damn cubicle because of some AI. Hey, get out of my cubicle. Yeah, they may have to put no stand zones or something in it. This out? Yeah, this is You probably got it was standing in my way, weren't you? Better be glad this is This is a no weapon zone, armistice zone. I'd have gotten a crime stat right then. Reco, let's not do hers. Wait a minute, let's see. I'm just gonna give it just a minute. I'd like to get that other one, the Wallace Clem one. Remember Anthony Tanaka? Must have been some mining hero. Look at things. So we got it now. See if we have any better missions. Come on, Wallace. See, I shouldn't even get that one. That's on the other side of the solar system, all the way on Hurston. I don't... Come see me. Miles Eckhart. Come on, where's the other one? Don't have any diddly missions. This is where I normally go shopping down there in the barter, but they don't have a whole lot. I couldn't really say what they have. What's this guy doing? I didn't know there was any missions here. He's definitely, yeah, he's getting a mission. He's getting a box. Did I steal it?
Go on, take it.
That'd be funny. Go on, take it.
Hey, take your shit.
Take your shit and get out of here. Hard ass. Gotta love a smart ass. Still don't have diddly squat for missions here, and sure as heck don't have that one. I don't know why we don't have any missions over here, or why we have that one all the way on the other side. I guess we can do that one, boy. It's gonna take forever and a day to get there. "25 minutes to accept the mission." I can get most of the way there, or get there before then. Doesn't look like I'm gonna get the Wallace Clem mission. So I guess we'll go head back toward Hurston. Do the Wallace Clem one. That's a pretty good one too.
All set.
Just a long way to go do that. Hangar pad 3. This one. Cat. It's a gang meeting or something, man. Look at them. Break it up, guys. Break it up. Secret Society of something. Funny how you look at and can't even see the spaceport or whatever that you're sitting in. I was gonna say, that's not a good sign. Moby's all acting up, but I think I just hit it too fast.
You're free to launch.
Launch sequence complete.
Have a good one.
At first I thought it was maybe my controller. Sometimes, I mean, sometimes I have to hit like the key for the gear 2 or 3 times. I'm thinking, you know, well, it's a brand new controller. It's a cheap one, but it's still brand new. I mean, I literally got it less than 2 weeks ago now, or around 2 weeks ago. But then I've seen other people have the same kind of issues. It's obviously the game has problem registering the joystick key clicks. Okay. We're headed all the way back to Hurston. Yeah, I got fuels. Got fuel. Generic mark the planet for now and get moving. And supposedly this is gone. Now see where the sun is? I'll always like go this way so the sun's not in my eyes. But apparently that's changing in 3.5. Apparently they automatically rotate you to flat with the map or something. So supposedly you can't determine how your angle is going to be compared to, say, the sun or whatever as you warp anymore. Which is okay, I guess. I just like being able to turn it below the ship so it's not the sun stopping my eye. Now a good time to go ahead and get that mission. And it's the one that says Constantine Hurston, so I know that's the NPC. There are a couple that say D. Hurston, which is Hurston Dynamics, I guess. Maybe a name, D. Hurston, too, but... There's 2 or 3 that say something else from Hurston Dynamics. I don't know the name. I do know that the C. Hurston is, or yeah, it says Constantine on it, is the NPC mission. Possible this one may time out before I get done. I don't know. I've never accepted it from this side of the solar system and had to quantum all the way there first. I believe my FPS is a little lower than it was with all these new settings I've got going. But my specs, my percentage of CPU and GPU is a lot better, so. It's not in-game settings. I'm actually talking about the OBS settings that I adjusted. Never actually messed with any of the in-game settings. I've kind of heard from a couple of people that it doesn't really affect performance in-game that much, that the settings don't really work right as far as performance. So I haven't messed with them. It's on Max or Ultra or whatever they might be. That's not it. That one. Yeah, high quality, which... Oh, there's a very high, so I guess I'm not quite on max or nothing. I'm just on high, and that's where I'll leave it. I could get a little better, but I don't care. It looks pretty good. For what could only be described as a next-gen game, it looks pretty good on my 2-plus-year-old PC. Yeah, I was talking about the what they had on the let's see, bring it up here. They have that, that. It is updated new stash houses with trading kiosks. Now, stash house is an unusual name to use, at least when you're talking about just a regular outpost. That to me seemed somewhat curious that they would use that term. And I need to disable that. I went through and had to delete a bunch of my I'll disable that YouTube timer. I may have goofed because I got to reading the affiliate thing, and I can live stream to other channels, and I can even upload Twitch stream recordings to other channels, but not within 24 hours of the live stream. The live content is proprietary to Twitch for 24 hours. And I may have uploaded quite a few videos to YouTube, like, before that 24-hour period, so I just deleted everything. I have to kind of start over. kind of sucks. I was just using it like a Dropbox to store all my old stuff. But I don't ever stream to YouTube or anything, so. I'll still be able to use it to, you know, storage, copy all my streams to, but I gotta wait at least 24 hours, so I'll wait 2 days. I mean, I was doing it at the end of every stream, you know, the following day, but what I realized is if I had a, 5-hour stream one day, and then a 2-hour stream the next day, and then I went and uploaded the prior day, it would have only been like 20 hours in between, which would obviously violate the thing. Even though I was waiting a day, I may have been too fast. Not a good thing. Or at least that's my understanding of the agreement. Yeah, I guess I was. I was trying to. Well, like I say, I mean, I had read that and I was thinking, oh, it's a day. But like I say, I was uploading the prior day. At the end of each stream, I'd upload the one from the day before. But then I realized, like one stream I had was 8 hours. And then my next day's stream was 2 hours, and I uploaded it, and that's when I realized, wait a minute, this is 6 hours less than 24 hours because of the difference in stream length. And they go by the end of the stream, in other words, the time starts at the end of the stream, not at the beginning. If it started at the beginning, it would, I'd have been fine, but. And then, of course, I wasn't going to go through and figure out which ones were which. I mean, it's just like a depository. I didn't have... The missions were the one thing, because I did have quite a few missions where I'd done... And I tried to do short mission, ones that I had categorized and everything. And those were kind of neat, people have problem doing a mission, that's something they might actually search up and use from YouTube. But I'll redo those. They'll probably change. Like this particular mission here is already changed. It changed from 3.2 or whenever they added it. It was different. The first one, originally it was he gave you a mission. He gave you one of the FPS missions originally. And now he just gives you a box carry unless I've changed it again. We'll find out here in a minute, but I think they just give you a small box carry mission. Now.
We have a pad that's open.
That time the key worked right. I can't afterburn and with the gear down. Come on, too many rules. Definitely getting a little more used to this freelancer there.
Landing complete.
How are you doing today, Shipwreck? I'm just wishing I had, I'm gonna have to get rid of that box. For some reason, even reclaiming. Yeah, that's me. It's Monday, so I almost spent $10 to subscribe just so I could get in that darn PTU. I want to see our corpse so bad. But that'd be kind of silly for a couple of days. Yeah, that's what I'm like. You know, if I had the money, I'd have done it. But you know, I'm kind of one of those. I watch every penny I spend. So yeah, I kept that, man. I wanted to do it. I even had the window open, you know, ready to click. And I'm like, that's kind of silly. You know, pay $10 to get in the PTU for a few days. I mean, I'll get it. I will play it when it comes out to all backers. The last time that was a whole 2 or 3 days before they released to live anyway. It's still fun though, for me. I mean, it's an extra wipe, kind of, for each big patch license like this. It's at least one extra wipe. But I don't care. It's just I get to play with all the neat extra toys. I mean, who's gonna say no to 5 million credits for free? That guy thinks the server's dropping, but it looks pretty good to me. Yeah, elevators are even working on time. The other thing I'll be happy to see is the direct line from here to the business district. I guess that's gonna be a thing too. 'Cause yeah, this is kind of an... Oh, where am I going? Yeah, I gotta go this way, right? I gotta go to the Metro Center. Or I can go to the Central Line. Yeah, this is kind of a thing.
You are subject to all person law and can be prosecuted for violations.
It's a bit of a pain.
Attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
Hold that train. You can't see it, but I'm twiddling my thumbs here.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have a feeling that thing's gonna overload my poor PC.
Considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not block doors.
I may have to try it without streaming to start with. Yeah, that's probably the new. That every time they come out with a place, that's kind of the case. It starts out being the the new Lagville, wherever it is.
Now arriving from Metro Center. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding. Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
Oh, dude.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train
9.
tracks is a
Well, I've
serious
seen
and
I've
dangerous
seen Lorville drop me into the 20s. He was. I thought he disappeared right in front of my eyes for a minute. Make sure he's not still out there listening to us. So, did you ever make it to the Sky Bus?
Next stop, Metro Center.
I was watching Nerd Show and Tell, and it was funny, because he figured out, I mean, the first time he okay, well, I can tell you how not to die, because this was so funny. I mean, it was just hilarious when he did it. First time, you know, he stood up in the front, and as soon as he went into that tunnel, he died. So the next time he got on it, and he sit down in a chair, and he made it. Then he went back, because he still hadn't been able to get a ship or anything, right? It killed him going through the gate. And he figured out where it was killing him, so he was going to try it a third time, and some other character comes on, and she goes up to the front and stands, and he's like, "Don't tell anybody, don't tell anybody, don't tell her." I'm like, "I'm going to tell her." But sure enough, he's sitting down, and we're sitting there watching, and as soon as you hit that tunnel, if you're standing up, it kills you. Confirmed. So yeah, all you got to do is sit down on that thing. You got to sit down. And them some tough rules right there, buddy. Sit down or die. Nope, no messing around on that train. But it was so funny. We're all sitting there watching, and she's gonna die. She's gonna die. Here we go. Here's the here's the tunnel. It's about to happen. Sure enough, she falls over dead. I'm like, that's just mean. That's just mean. Not even tell her, let her die. Where are we at? Tammany and Sons. That's where I need to head. Yeah, here we go. Don't ask me how I make it through here. I'm terrible in this place, but for some reason I've seemed to have managed to make it to and from this business district line thing. Industrial line, I think they call it. Now that's confirmed on 2 different streamers.
Kristen Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a new train straight from the spaceport to the business district.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks.
You know, I don't actually think I don't think any of the streamers I've seen have shown it while I was watching. I have seen some pictures of the map there that show it, like that map, transit map there. I have seen some pictures of that with it on it, and I've seen where people were posting that you could now go right where you get on. Right. So nobody's even bothering, but that's actually a pretty good, addition. Now you can actually trade at Lorville. It's still not great, but now you don't need 2 trains to get to the terminal, only 1. So it's still better than it was. But yeah, exactly. Nobody really cares about that right now. It's all about Lorville, and boy, I've even talked about that. I'm not sure I'll do it, but yeah, it'd be a great time right after the patch releases. Might be a good time to grind up for a cutlass or something. Because you know nobody's going to be fooling with that. They're all going to be stranded in ArcCorp. If you remember how much Lorville became the Lorville Trap, imagine ArcCorp, or yeah, ArcCorp. I bet it's going to be the same thing. It's going to become an ArcCorp Trap. People are the spaceport is going to be so busy you won't be able to get in and out. Pads will be full half the time. Yeah, if you wanted to do some drug running, there's fixing to be a good time for it.
Welcome to Lorville.
I forget who it was. He was like, "Is that big building?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, I've been in there." I'm like, "Did you ever look up?" No. Yeah, that's that big building. I think I was on the train and there's the Hurston Dynamics building where the business center is. Now, that's the business center. Didn't realize it was the same building. Don't really tell us anything like location or anything, does it? Pretty, but I haven't seen a way to make them useful yet.
Hello, I'm Constantine Hurston, of the Hurston Dynamics Hurstons, junior outsourcing agent. Your contracting file has been assigned to me. Let's begin, shall we?
Sure.
Let me check the system. There is an open job.
Amazing.
Here are the job requirements. Have a look.
Yeah, it talks about these, but then it just says,
Go ahead and look it over.
although security somebody else, I think it's just a box,
Okay,
or
great.
just a box
I'll
carrier.
just assign you to the case file.
Yeah.
On behalf of Hurston Dynamics, good luck.
Drug addict. In case you hadn't noticed. Wait a minute. Got a bottle of Widow on his desk. He's a druggie. Did I go out? No, I went out the right way. So I guess technically that kind of proves that it's not illegal for all the people. Oh, drugs are bad. Illegal. technically, I don't think that Widow is an illegal product, or he wouldn't have it sitting on his desk. I'm not saying hot shots don't do it, but they're not going to leave it sitting on their desk.
Reminder, employees are not allowed to access executive areas without prior authorization. On behalf of her CEO, Gavin E.
That comes the other side. Darn it. No matter which side I go to, it's always the other side. Oh, I was looking at it earlier. They also have a thing in the latest patch notes. Let's see if I can bring that up while we're riding. That might suggest there's some new drug labs. It is under features. Update to stash houses with trading kiosks. Now, stash house is not it's not a term I would expect people to use for an outpost. Normally, so I don't know. Maybe it's just mission related. They call it a stash house. Possible. And I'm sure, everybody knows there's been quite a few rumors about more than one drug lab, so, it may have something to do with that, but I hesitate to say it does, because I'd probably be wrong. Oh, I need to go to the spaceport. Where am I? Central line, that's right. Gotta go back through the city. Yeah, this is a bit much for especially just to land here and trade. That guy's been doing too much Widow, legal or not. This is where I usually make a wrong turn trying to get back. Oh, I might have made it. Yeah, I think I made it. Metro Center, yeah. We're good. Yay.
Need a job? Person Dynamics is currently hiring in multiple departments. If credits are tight, we even offer a credit advance for new qualified employees. See your local recruiter for details. Welcome to Metro
This is why
Center.
people don't like
to the perimeter,
Louisville.
spaceport,
It's a
and
lot of
industry
walking.
lines.
But it's like, yeah, it is in any city. They're going to be hard pressed to build a big landing area that you don't have to spend some time to get from one end to the other of them. And, you know, if you're looking for in and out, stick with the little outpost.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
Same thing for us around here. If we go to the city, it's an ordeal. Go to the local grocery store, it's not. So I guess the way it's gonna have to be. The trains are pretty cool, though.
Next stop, Tisa Spaceport.
There's the Hurston Dynamics building. That's where we were at.
Now arriving, Tisa Spaceport. Please watch your step when disembarking the train. Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time. Please review the latest person log report.
Recovery contract. Seems like I did this once before and it timed out, so pretty sure I made it, completed it once, so we'll see. Don't know what it'll do. We'll give her a shot. You too. Sit back. Appreciate you stopping in. Don't work too hard. That's where I'm at. I'm just goofing off, waiting on the PTU to open up for everyone so I can get in it. Then everything will be wiped and starting over, but I want to try. I mean, my objective is to maybe get my controllers all set up, at least in PTU, and saved out for when it goes live. I won't have to do it. Have a little bit of a step up. Actually, what I'm doing today is kind of like almost pointless other than having fun. Since it's bound to be wiped any day now. Wiped clean. Well, I figure by.
You are cleared for liftoff.
I fear is what they're gonna do is wait till next Friday. That'll give us like 1 week before they have to push the, or then push out the, push it live like the following Tuesday. That's what they kind of did last time, time-wise, not necessarily dates. I'm not saying those are
Please
when they'll
visit us
release.
again. Remember, if you're contemplating a career change, you should contact one of Hurston's resource managers for information about exciting career opportunities.
Before I go too far, yeah, it's definitely on the other side of the planet. Yeah, 1,018, almost 2,000 kilometers. So yeah. But yeah, last, what, over the New Year's or whatever, it actually went to open PTU literally days before it went live. I do suspect it's going to end up being the same this time, because I think they're trying to get it out. You know, they're always a little behind schedule, and they're trying to push and get as much as they can and get it released on time. And hopefully they don't have to pull too many of the features. I mean, they've already told us they were going to drop all but the 300i on the rework, and the others will be hot patched in when they get ready. So that's cool, but I'm just hoping they don't have to drop too many other features. Push them off too far. The ones we know will be in there will be cool, so that's great. Okay. Let's see. Be right back, get some more coffee. Get rid of this old. I guess I could go a little faster, huh? disabled, well, not disabled, but I still have them and they're still enabled, but I've also kind of remapped my HOTUS so I didn't have to use the pedals. Everything, in other words, everything on the pedals is replicated on the HOTUS somewhere. In anticipation of the new flight model, same thing I'm hoping to do, because I don't always want to sit exactly, you know, set up and whatever. It's nice to be able to use them when I want and not necessarily have to, though. That's what I'm trying to say correctly. Latest NVIDIA driver seems to be pushing a little more to my RAM. Normally run 10 to 11K on my RAM. Now I'm upwards at 2K. It seems to be pushing a little more to my VRAM too. Both my memories are a little about 1K higher than they normally run. Can't say whether they helped or hurt my FPS, because I ended up making some adjustments to OBS, and believe it or not, that affected my FPS when I did it, so that kind of blew that test out of the water. And I also overclocked my CPU just a little bit. Just the default. I've got an Asus motherboard and a 7700K, which I guess has default overclocks that I can set in my BIOS, in my motherboard BIOS.
Travel engaged.
Which seemed to help with my CPU usage. It dropped my CPU usage down a little bit. Between that and adjusting some settings in OBS. This game, for my CPU, is pretty CPU hungry.
Travel.
Might push my GPU up on a little bit of performance overclock. But I had the CPU went to just whatever the performance, not the ultra overclock, just the moderate. I have no idea what speed it is. I guess I should have looked in Task Manager to see if it changed those. But now it's pushing more percent on my GPU since I overclocked the CPU. It seems like the GPU is working harder. push it to the limit. I used to do a little bit of overclocking, not a lot, back before they made it, you know, generic settings for your overclock, like the K models. And I never had much, I mean, I couldn't see a whole lot of performance increase in it, so I never really bought, I kind of quit. But now that they have preset, you know, what at different ranges of overclocking, it may actually be pretty good. Use the lowest one. May give you a little bit of increase in performance without getting unstable or causing issues. I've seen a lot of games that just don't like overclocks of any kind. I think, well, Empyrean is that way. If you have a NVIDIA GPU, if you overclock it, even if it's a stable overclock, it causes the game to go screwy. I'm sure it's the coding. It's a alpha game by a new developer, so it's very likely that it just doesn't. They don't have the coding that to identify it right. You know, they're probably just reading the device and saying it does XX no matter what the overclocking is or something causing errors. I don't know. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a friendly outpost that we're just here to pick up a box.
Landing gear down.
Looks like a bunker, doesn't it? I guess it is a... Yeah, I heard you the first 12 times. All of them? Guess so. Sure took their time before they decided to start shooting. I really don't care to have to go into third person, but these lights and everything, it's hard to get it parked up here where I want it. that'll work. Yeah, that'll do me for a minute. Hopefully those won't respawn by the time I go down there and get a box. I don't believe there's any enemy NPCs. Normally I don't even shoot down the turrets, but if I'm doing the FPS missions, I leave them intentionally. They are great watchdogs for players showing up. How many of these guys are there? That's all of them. They just came out of nowhere. I think they all spawned right over here. While I was coming around this corner, I wanted to get down this hallway before I ran into them. I thought they'd be down here. Hey, you should wake up, man. That was one lousy guard, let me tell you. He should have killed me coming out down the stairs. Thinking that was like 8. I can only guess that it was 8. Okay, well from here on out we're in trouble. Anymore I am in trouble. Guns laying everywhere. Yeah, because as far as I know, if I were to equip a gun now, I would lose the box, and therefore the mission will be failed. Now that was cool, because the first time it was a friendly, just a outpost, you know, with a landing pad and everything else. It wasn't any FPS in this mission at all. That's just cool. Kind of fun. They really caught me by surprise. Wasn't expecting them, so that was cool. Like that. It should tell me where to go, huh? Do I see another one? No, but let's get out of here before somebody else shows up. Or the turrets respawn, or whatever. Something ill happens.
Launch sequence complete. Landing gear on.
Okay, let's see if we can get a darn, there we go, it says delivered to destination, so that changed. And I do have a waypoint, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's back in Hurston or Lorville somewhere, but we'll see. Get out of atmosphere and try it out. Definitely on the other side of the planet. Actually pretty fun. I didn't expect them to have NPCs in that one, because I've done one before from Constantine and nobody shot at me. Unfortunately, I think you should have to go back and talk to the NPCs at the end of these NPC missions, but I'm glad you don't in this one. Too much trouble getting all the way back to the business district. that's that, I want to get that, Wallace Clem mission eventually. That's the Recco. That's Recco. I've just already done her one time. I mean, done the mission. Alright. Not as slow as a Starfarer, but it's still not as fast as my old Avenger was. At least I'm getting used to it. At least I'm becoming used to it. Almost. It sure would be nice to finish this one. Since I had to kill 6 or 8 NPCs. It better be a valuable box. Everybody hates staying around Lorville, I guess. I don't mind. It does take longer to get in and out. That's just one of the missions that return here, so it'll take a minute, but. Sure would love to catch that Wallace Clem, but as far as I know, you have to be over there. I don't have any personals. Oh, hit the wrong one. Yeah, as far as I know, I haven't seen it in quite a while. So that's the mission I'm kind of hoping I get sometime today. I don't know. I haven't seen it in a while, but so I'd like to run through it one time for fun. Definitely getting used to the bigger ship.
Please proceed to landing assignment. Landing complete.
idea where this box has to go to. 800 meters that way, obviously. See if I can find it. Without dropping the box trying to open an elevator. Okay. Gotta be careful. I've lost quite a few boxes for some reason. The delivery boxes, if they hit the ground, will either despawn, or half the time they'll despawn or clip through the floor. Or no idea what this mission pays, but it ought to pay the same as those 7K FPS missions. I had to kill eight guys to get this box. Oh, Mr. Constantine appreciates all this. Somehow I feel like I'm fixing to get shafted by the man. Well, they completed. That part's good. Hey, it did pay the same as the big FPS mission. I guess they're gonna set my ship up, store it. Oh, there it goes. Well, that was kind of a box mission and an FPS altogether. That was pretty neat. This is kind of one of these. I don't know why, but why not? Do another box mission just for fun, because they pay good, even if you don't need the money, right? I gotta get to gate 2. Playing City Simulator today. In the wrong city, everybody's all excited and in art court.
Attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
Hold that train! Hold that train! Okay. Have plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
I'll be right back with some coffee.
Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time. Next stop, Metro Center. Please watch your step when disembarking the train. Attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
This old man should not take breaks like that even for a minute. What was I doing? Oh, gate 2. This way. Gate 2 is right side. I don't know how far gate 2 is. Apparently they're different distances and take different times.
Search travelers at any time.
I couldn't tell you which one this is, far or close, whatever.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
The gate ones are pretty good. You don't have to actually go and you know, re-enter atmosphere to pick up. You're already here. That's worth a train ride.
Step away from
I can't wait to try the sky bus, but soon. Patience is a virtue, but I'm having trouble controlling mine right now, waiting on 3-5.
Security reserves the right to search travelers.
Then when I realized I could actually buy a subscription with credits rather than new money like a war bond, you know, I kind of thought subscriptions would have been like.
Step away from the platform edge when train.
New money only, and then I was tempted. I was sorely tempted. Like hoovering my mouse over the click to buy button at the time. But it would have been silly. Subscribe to get in the PTU for a few days early. Yeah. I want to though, don't it? I feel so left out. All my friends are in the PTU. All the cool kids are in the PTU and I'm stuck here.
Next stop, Moorville City Gate.
Hey, what was that? Like the track or something flipped through the bottom of the train. A minute 15. Jeez. How Apparently this is one of the further gates. Or actually 115 seconds, close to 2 minutes. Disable my cam for a minute.
Arriving, Lorville City Gate. Please watch your step when disembarking the train. Hurston Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time. Unfortunate ecological conditions, the air quality around Lorville has been known to have adverse physical effects. Make sure you're protected with certified breathing apparatus. Step away from the platform edge when train. To your fellow travelers, do not block doors.
The other side, only one side usually works when the gate's coming back. Oh man. And that's going to be the side with the numbers on it. Obviously this one.
And dangerous offense.
Yeah. Another break.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching. Hurston Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time. Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense. Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching. Considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not block doors. reserves the right to search travelers at any time. Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
What the heck? I was about to have a heart attack standing still. Did anybody else see that? Am I the only one seeing this? I don't understand. I don't understand.
It's puzzling. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this before.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
On the chair. Cooperate.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
Glad I came back when I would have. That would have been funny. Guess I was standing too close to the post.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
Davy Credge Day. One day. Not sure what ship he was looking at, but he sure does look like he wants one.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching. Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense. Now arriving from Metro Center. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding. Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding. Person security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
I guess when server meshing these work, these trains will make more sense. So far, I mean, I've been riding them all morning for one reason or another. I spawned here. And so far, I've been riding them solo. That's an awful lot of tech and time just for one person each.
Next stop, Metro Center.
But I do remember at one point in the early 3X updates, you actually spawned here, like new players would spawn right here at Lorville instead of Fort Hollister. So that may be a thing in the future that would also increase the use of these trains. It rattled there, almost came off the tracks, I think. There, I don't need those. gate. I gotta go across, go to the space station. Yippee, one more train. Oh, welcome back, Antonio. I'm still doing the same thing, piddle farting around. About every 10 minutes I keep going looking on my settings page, hoping I can copy the PTU. Gonna be next week, I'm sure, but I mean, I didn't even play this weekend because I watched the PTU, watched other people play it. Just
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
looks great. I can't wait to try it. See what hardcore looks like. Other than watching other people playing around in it, I want to go play around in it. I want to go watch people die on the Sky Bus.
Person security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
The only thing is, I'm kind of worried that it's probably going to be an FPS issue. My poor PC. I need to dust it out. I took the cover off of it yesterday because the heat seemed a little higher than it normally ran, and sure enough, it's dusty as all get out. So I left the cover off of it, the side cover. Unfortunately, mine's hard to dust out because the radiator and the fans. I need to swap the fans, I guess, put them on top. Not sure that helped, but I just turn the fans around, maybe make it draw in through the radiator. That might work.
TISA spaceport. Please watch your step when disembarking the train. Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not block doors.
As it is, I gotta take the radiator out to clean it with it. Why am I... Oh my god. So am I gonna lose my box? It didn't help. Why would that not help?
Or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
Is that not? I mean, something is definitely. That is.
Security reserves the right to search travelers.
This is a deal. This is a problem. Wouldn't let me do an extra. Had to, but it wouldn't let me. I thought I did.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not block doors.
There, held it that time. Thank you.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious.
Maybe I'd hurt my leg worse than one pin would do, huh? That's just odd.
Step away from the platform.
Almost due for some more pins, but what's the point, right? Where am I going anyway?
Please make sure you have collected all property when clearing customs.
Ah, toward the airport. All right. Yeah, eyesight's the first thing to go out, then memory. I can't remember the third thing. I got paid for at least one of those missions I've done today. I don't feel like doing any FPS. I did one today already accidentally. Yeah, that one you'd have to. This one is I can pick up in space, so it'll be easier. Cool. Right there on the way out. On the way to Hurston. Or Lorville with Crusader, I mean. Which is undoubtedly where the box will have to go. I got a 7. I wish they'd tone this noise down a little more. I think they lowered it some, but it's still pretty loud in here.
Please visit us again. Remember, if you're contemplating a career change, you should contact one of Hurston's resource managers for information about exciting career opportunities.
Exciting career opportunities. Still just can't get much speed till you get higher up. The temperature should be warming up outside and it doesn't feel like it. Check the weather real quick. We don't have any bad weather, luckily. clouds and stuff, but yeah. I hope the issues were minor. We had some in real life drama this weekend. Turned out to be nothing much.
Fuel at 100%.
See, I know there's no reason to check, but I just gotta. Undoubtedly gonna be next week before they really go to wave 2 or whatever they call it. Yeah, I wanna cry. I still can't get in. Yeah. Well, I looked at the calendar here. Let's see. Bring it up on this side, can I? Yeah. Yeah, I would not be surprised at all. I mean, if you look at, if you right, and if you look at the calendar, the 29th is a Friday. And now I wouldn't be surprised at all if it goes to second wave that Friday, because that's when they upgrade the road map and everything. And then Monday or Tuesday they're gonna go live with it, So it's I won't get much time in it, but it's still fun. Like I say, it's kind of like an extra wipe, because I'll wipe to go into that and then wipe to come back into live. But at this point, I'm ready to wipe and wait anyway. I mean, this is it feels very, very pointless to continue playing in 343 right now. So yeah, I would. I'm half expecting them to go to the next wave or all backers this coming Friday. That's when I expect it. For me, it's around 11, 12 in the morning usually, somewhere between 11 and 2 when and that's just going by when they update the website. Yeah, yeah, and a lot of people, well, any sub or concierge get it right now. That's wave 1. There's actually supposed to be like 4 or 5 waves, but I think they kind of did away with that. Yeah, so you got it under the concierge. That's cool. I mean, I can see where that's an incentive, and so yeah, I don't have a problem with people getting it before me. Other than I'm like a kid looking at a Christmas tree full of toys that I can't play with, and it just makes it worse that I can get on there and watch other people play with them. You know, it's why can't I do that? Come on. Gimme, 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 gimme. It ain't gonna gimme. Shoot. Shoot, shoot. Okay. I guess we needed to fire a flare there for some reason. Yeah, I forget who it was I told earlier there. I was, I don't have that we were talking about how easy it is to spend money on this game, cuz I mean, it's worth it. If you have the money and it yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I don't have the money, so I don't have to worry about that. And they're like, yeah, you're being smart. And I'm like, no, I'm not being smart. It's if I had the money, I would be a Grand Admiral and divorced. That's where I would be. I mean, my wife and I live comfortably. We don't, we're not stressing or straining to pay our bills, and nice car, or decent car. My wife's got a, you know 3-year-old car with low miles. I've got an old pickup truck, nice truck. So, we're not, but yeah, we don't have a lot of money for extras, unfortunately. Can't tell if I'm out far enough or not even close. I wonder if it'll let me map to there. It should route me through an outer marker. There we go. Couldn't do it first time, but now it's.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel.
I can see I'm still gonna end up with quite a bit of money in this by the time it releases. And, I may not have a lot of money to spend on extras or toys, games, whatever, but certainly validate add-ons or upgrades every month or so. That just seems I'm putting tons of hours in the game and enjoying it, right? If you figure I would probably have to buy a new AAA game every month or two, because that's about how long they'll last before you get tired of them. Yeah, that's exactly what I kind of figure. Exactly. And to me that's you know like I say, we're not like struggling to pay bills, but my wife brings in more than I do. I'm on a medical disability, and she still works full time, so. But yeah, if I spend $20, $30 you know, on upgrades or whatever every month, and I'm still enjoying the game as much as I am, I'm still paying less per hour than I would for AAA games, because, well, as a matter of fact, the last AAA game we bought was, it was the third one of an RPG game my wife played. Yeah, DLC and season, yeah, exactly. And now, Ark Survival I bought, and I've got all the DLC, and I've got, well, I've got about the same as what I got in Star Citizen. I've got 80, 90 bucks, coming up on $100 on it. Now, I played it quite a while, but so far, I mean, I kind of quit a while back, and I've gone back, played the beginning a little bit, because the beginning's fun, you know, the survivalist beginning. But that's it. Then I'll quit, and and the last time, Star Citizen spoiled me. The last time I tried to play Ark Survival, I made it like 2, 3 hours before I quit and had to get back in Ark Survival, and like, you know.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
So yeah, that's how I'll have to do it. It's just, you know, a little bit at a time as I play, you know, put more and more hours into it, then a little more is certainly warranted. And I made pretty decent money when I was working, so, you know, I almost wished I had invested then, which actually I got injured about when this started, so, or
Landing
just after.
complete. Have a pleasant stay.
But yeah, I would have already had. I could imagine I would have already had substantial amount of money if I were still working regular. Oh, me personally, I think it's I'm very thankful that people do spend the money on it, backing it. I don't care for anybody to spend money on they're going to regret, but if somebody has the money and wants to back the game, I think it's well worth it. Certainly, I appreciate it because, like I say, I can't really afford to put in what I'd love to, but the people that do and have put in money, yeah, I'm thankful for them. Wouldn't be where it's at without you guys. I'm here for. Go. You almost died, you mean in real life? That would definitely be an emotional, yeah, that's well, I mean, it's hard for me. I can't say I have or haven't been in that, I've been in a couple of situations that I could have died, and that I, in fact, was in fear of dying a couple of times. But yeah, I've never actually been in a hospital and, oh, wrong button. Well, I take that back. I guess When I was a youngster, I got bit by a cottonmouth, and yeah, that was it wasn't. I don't think it was as close a call as like my parents and everybody tried to make it out to be, but I think that was the closest I ever ended up in a hospital where I could possibly have. Why is my heart rate going up? There we go. Did that before. I was standing waiting on a train, and I looked down. I had 170. I was about to have a heart attack just waiting on a train. Yeah, that kind of thing. For me, it just made me realize, the work and everything like that. It's important, but the reason it's important is for the really important stuff, and that's family. Family, friends. If you have good friends that you might include there, but that to me, that's why a lot of people, let's see, that's I feel extremely lucky. Even though we're not well-to-do financially, we're, like I say, we don't struggle to pay our bills or anything, so we're comfortable. But I feel extremely lucky because of the family that we have and so on. I'm rich in other ways.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, that's I wish you the best of luck and everything, of course. But yeah, family is the real treasure to me. I mean, the right now, I guess to me it's the grandbabies. Grandkids. But that was the slight bit of turmoil this weekend. Is one of our grandbabies went to the doctor, went to the hospital with coughing, and at first mom thought you know, our daughter thought it was just some hay fever or something like that, and it got pretty serious to where she was having trouble breathing, and went to the emergency room, and it was a little bit of drama just to realize it was some hay fever. But that's when family really becomes fun, and to me, I guess, or it was to me. Well, probably to a dir. I mean, I could do that anytime. I have enough in my account if I wanted to melt a couple of, melt a rifle I have, a flare item, and I have enough credits, I could go ahead. Do you run it with VR? I heard people talk about it, and I know it doesn't have native VR, but I've heard people talk about it. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I've heard you can with the third-party apps. I know it doesn't have native VR yet. I don't have the VR stuff yet. That's one of those things I would like to get, but Yeah, well, I'm a plane sim, from way back, I mean, MSFX. Yeah, that was new when I got it because I was playing. Well, I started playing when they first came out with 95, so, but it wasn't I was 96 or 7. I remember when 98 FSX or FS98 came out. I was excited, and then of course FSX. That was great. Played that for years and years. That's when I spent all the money on. Yeah, I might have to look at that. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with it right now. My PC struggles enough. Second video probably isn't good. But I will look at it here after I get off. After I quit streaming. Yeah, that's probably why I haven't gotten the VR. I mean, from what I've, all the suggestions say a 980 Ti or better with VR or the ultra high HD. So, with the 1070, yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm sure I could do it. And I'm probably even stream with it. I mean, that's. Oh, wow. I guess maybe it's the UHD stuff that I'm thinking of. I know that kicks butt on your GPU. You know what? I sure hope I have fuel. I'm not fixing to run out of fuel. That makes sense. I mean, they've been out a while now, so seems like, yeah, seems like they could have. And that's probably when I looked it up, was probably not long after it started out. So, yeah, you probably have a point. That may be something I need to look at again. I would say they're cheaper, but with inflation, I'm sure it's not. I can't believe the cost of GPUs. I mean, they have gone, and well, RAM's gone up too, but GPUs have gone outrageous. I mean, for instance, the GPU in my computer, the 1070, that's what everybody says, but I don't think so. I think it's I think it's inflation. I think it's artificial inflation, by the companies using that as an excuse. And, it's funny that all the GPUs went up right at the same time the 20X series came out. The price jumped real fast right at the same time that other GPU came out. And I just can't believe there was a mad rush for mining GPUs, especially when you consider Bitcoin mining has declined. Which means there's more and more used gear out there for those guys. So yeah, I don't really think it's. Oh, what am I doing here? Did I? What am I doing here? I'm going to that station, I guess. What? Yeah, I know. You have You have the exact same stats, even the same i7, other than mine's the K model, and I don't have an SSD at all yet. So. I'm not sure why I stopped here. Anybody else know why I stopped there? I've already got the box, right? So I'm ready to go deliver it. Deliver, deliver. Spin the map upside down so I can't find my way around. No, I have the 1070. That's what the only difference between your system and mine is the GPU. I have a and I don't have the WinForce. I mean, that's a model or a version model version. I have the Asus dual fan 1070 GTX 1070 by Asus. But I have the exact same. I have the exact same Jeep. I have a i7 7700K, and I think we were talking about this the other day. You have just the i7 7700. So yeah, we're almost identical on that. You know, both decent quad core gaming GPUs. So yeah, I mean that's. Yeah. The K just means you can overclock it. You don't. That's not a necessity by any means for anything that I've found yet. Yeah, neither am I. That's. And possible technical issues. You know, it's kind of like me running this on hard drive. I can say, it doesn't make much difference after it loads up, but then if I have more crashes and stuff, it could, it may not be, but it could be, because of that, yeah, so yeah, I don't really like to overclock either. Yeah, the few times I've done overclocking and tweaking like that, there was a minute, if even noticeable difference, probably not even noticeable difference in performance. And like you say, it at the very least, it'll reduce your lifespan, and at worst, it gets you closer to possible, hardware breaking issues. By that I mean, if something odd does happen, your fan gets too clogged up with dust or something, you're already too close to the red line. It's kind of like running a car at red line. That so long as it's brand new and perfect, shouldn't bother it. But on the other hand, I wouldn't suggest doing it on a daily basis. And that's kind of what overclocking is. It's doing it on a daily basis. Nowadays, they have the boost and everything built right into them. You really don't need it. I just bought, as a matter of fact, I would have bought the other one, but the K was cheaper, and it does have a little bit higher a base speed. I mean, not much, but a little bit higher. I don't remember now what yours is. Mine's 4.2 base speed. That's with no overclock. Yeah, that's because it was on sale. I got it cheaper than the regular version. That's the only reason I even bought it, because it was on sale. Although I did put the water cooler in it because it doesn't even come with the heat sink. The default heat sink. Because it's an overclockable one, you're supposed to have an advanced cooling system. Now that could be an air cooler. I mean, I could have just bought one of the larger stand-up air coolers, and that would have sufficed. That would have given it, warranty qualifiable cooling, where the stock heatsink doesn't. So. But I went ahead and got the liquid cooled. Box here. Which actually wasn't such a great idea. I almost wished I'd have just gotten one of the fancy air coolers. Unfortunately, I live on a dirt road, and dust is a real problem. And that radiator with the fans on, the fans and the radiator are really tough to clean. I mean, to do it right, I effectively have to take my radiator out, and that's kind of an issue. I don't know how I can get in. Here we go. Which I need to do now. I even took the cover off yesterday, and yep, it's dusty again. Heck, I hate to pull, I mean, I gotta basically pull the thing out. It's sort of in a cabinet area. So I gotta completely unplug it, pull it out, and then I even have to remove the radiator screws and pop the radiator and the fans out so I can clean them good. So yeah, it's kind of an issue. But we have pets, we have dogs, and then the dirt road, so it gets dusty bad and fast. Why isn't... There it goes. 4th time's the charm. Don't know why that button doesn't always work. Yeah. I like that. I'll have to see which one of the... And why do you have two characters? Is that just... Oh, I guess you got one on a package probably, huh? I'm not sure. I have that fleet... Yeah. That fleet viewer web page. I like the look of that. I found a couple of them, but I'm not sure it does the... I mean, that one, it actually looks like a ship rather than a little icon. Yeah, I've looked at a couple of those where you make your, I guess they're designed for, just like that, making a picture of your own fleet, kind of. Oh, okay, let's see, I'll have to double check. Well, I've put 2 or 3 of them. I'm not sure if this is... Okay, yeah, I think I've already got this one in my Discord, but I'll save that one and check later. I've got, I think, 2 of them in there, and then but I've only played with one. I mean, I only have one ship, so I don't exactly need a picture view of my fleet. It looks pretty lonely. Hmm. Quit moving. Stay. Wow, this thing does use a lot of fuel compared to the smaller ships. Well, that's BS, isn't it? I mean, it's using 2 plus times, it's got more total. Well, I'm talking about compared to Avenger, which only holds 580 and only uses 380 to do this jump. This one uses twice as much quantum fuel. from here to there. Same distance, it uses twice as much quantum fuel. That kind of eliminates the whole purpose in having. It's more efficient with a smaller jump drive in quantum. That doesn't make sense. I mean, that's illogical. I get that this is more mass and everything, but we're talking about quantum travel, not speed travel. Well, this one has a bigger one than the Avenger. About 30% faster. Yeah, it shouldn't be double. I mean, that's just a balance thing, though. You know, yeah, I agree. I agree. It should go. It should use more, but I just don't see it should be double, especially when it does have the bigger one. I mean, you think about anything. As a general rule, if you have a bigger air conditioner, it'll use less less energy per BTU. I mean, it tends to cost you more to run in the long run because it's cooling better. It's putting out more BTU, but per BTU it usually runs less. But yeah, but that defeats the whole. What's getting me is, okay, this thing has 2,500 as opposed to 600 quantum fuel capacity. But that takes away the fact that it uses double the fuel, takes away a lot of that advantage of having a bigger tank that I was looking at as far as being an advantage. So I guess I just need to keep that in mind, thinking that that's an advantage, because it's not near as much of an advantage as I thought if a bigger ship's going to use more fuel anyway. I mean, this thing's not that much bigger. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that to be in when it first releases, though. I might. We can hope. And yeah, and come to think of it, it could be just as easy as what they've already used for the hydrogen fuel recovery, just a time thing, right? Recover over time. That's all they'd need, at least till they got any more advanced mechanics or whatever going. That would be cool. Pour me some more coffee. But yeah, that is something. I'm not sure how that. Well, I can foresee you needing that as you're going, because what I figure, once the law system, the justice system comes in, even if you're in some hostile solar system, they say Vandal solar system, there may be an outpost sitting right there, but that doesn't mean you're going to be able to land on it, right? They're going to be enemies. So yeah, you're going to explore some of the areas, on the outskirts of the galaxy or so whatever universe. You're going to have fully self-sustaining. You're going to have to be able to make your own fuel and everything else like that. So yeah, that'll be neat. But that's what I'm waiting for. Is like when you get in other areas and you can't land on the darn space station, because it's not the right faction. Well, yeah, and there's going to be times it can defend itself, but that doesn't mean it can blow up a station and then refuel it. I mean, I'm saying if you're going to far reaches of the known universe or unknown universe, being able to make its own fuel is going to be the difference of being able to get there and get back, where other ships won't be able to do it, simply because there won't be any way to get fuel, I'm kind of applying my own wishes to how the law system works, kind of like Freelancer. I don't know if you'd ever played Freelancer, but in certain areas, you were you were you were completely safe because they had AI police force, and depending on your faction, determined what areas you could go in safely and not have to worry too much about what would be interdictions here. Uh, but the further away from those, right. Well, that would be like even Grimhex is probably gonna be patrolled up to a point. Maybe they won't have any patrols that go right in around Grimhex, but yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot like Freelancer. What am I doing here? Oh, I guess I'm landing. So yeah, I think it's going to be a lot like Freelancer was with the law system there. I think that's how they're. He was he was involved in it, and specifically he was the idea and creator of the story. He worked for Microsoft during the development, and at the very end of Freelancer, Chris Roberts and Microsoft. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm pulling that from, and I'm kind of hoping it is, because that would be really cool in this game. It would, they could do away with the armistice zones. If you want to shoot somebody in the face at PO, you can. But guess what? Every guard in there is going to kill you. And it would totally remove the possibility of soul marauders, grievers, whatever you want to call it, sitting outside of PO, because they'd have enough AI law enforcement to take out pretty much any solo fighters. I mean, that doesn't mean a big org couldn't come in with a faction of somebody else and take them all out for a while. They'd of course respawn eventually, but things like that. So yeah, it would be a really cool way to handle the law system without having the armistice stuff or any of that. It would have to be a much grander scale than what Freelancer had, and a little more in depth. But the basic idea, the way it worked, was just like that. So long as you were in an area, and different areas, even within the same faction, might be more patrolled or less patrolled, depending on how populated they were. In other words, on the outskirts of the faction areas, you'd see more enemies, that would knock you out of the warp lanes and attack you and things like that. And of course, the enemies got harder and harder, right? So yeah, it was pretty cool. I loved Freelancer. That's the game that got me to buy this one. I actually never played the Wing Commanders, which he did after Freelancer, I think. But yeah, I never actually played the Wing Commanders. Freelancer was great. It was more of a storyline, I think, than the Wing Commanders were, but that may be why I liked it so much. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, I've never played any of the Wing Commanders. I mean, I've seen them, and it seems to have more focus on the space fighting and less on the storyline or whatnot. Not that Freelancer, not a whole lot. I mean, and not a big difference, but yeah, maybe. I mean, Freelancer, the economy wasn't. I mean, it was just a means to restrict your gear, as you leveled up, basically. It wasn't, it wasn't much of an economy, but it was enough to keep new players from being able to purchase in-game ships, and as you graduated into higher level missions, you could afford better gear. That's about all it was there for. But yeah, I never played Wing Commander, so I can't really compare it. And to be honest, I don't think I've actually even watched any vids or anything of it. Or I might have, snippets or something like that. But kind of like Elite Dangerous. I never played that one either, and just because it looked a little too much dedicated for the combat stuff. I could be wrong, but that's, from the advertising and everything that I've seen, that kind of seems like the focus, the combat. Make sure it's going to stop. Don't want to be calling Lorville and run into it at the same time.
Proceed to landing assignment.
Yeah, I see a lot of similarities to this and Freelancer already. And I'm sure there's quite a few similarities or a lot of similarities to Wing Commander as well. I mean, I'd have to assume that, this is supposed to be his the game he's always wanted to play, well, or build, so we have to assume that he's, done as much of that as he could in previous games. As much as he could get away with, or however you want to say it. Now this time he can get away with doing it all the way he wants.
Landing complete.
That's cool. Hopefully he'll give us the game that we all want. Unfortunately, it can't be all things to everybody, but not exactly sure what I'm even doing here. What is that? Gold Dolly or something? Cool. Oh man, I'm gonna be bored as crap before now on Friday. Already bored. I want to load good. Star Trek uniform. Huh. I haven't actually seen anybody with that shirt. Hey guys. Yeah, suck it up. I don't care. Which one is this? Deep one? 20, yep, that's the cheap one. How much do I have? Not enough, almost. This one's not bad either. 616K, that would be reasonably doable. Yeah, now that I said I haven't seen one of those, we'll probably see them all over. See how much the little beta is. It's cute, but I'd rather have a little Aurora. Just because it will do the carry mission. Not too bad. $390K, yeah, I'd rather have that little Aurora. I don't know what this one is, but 700. So I think it's not that much more than the 85, is it? Bigger and faster, but only one seat. I like the 85X. It's at least just perfect for taking from your carrick down to the planet and having dinner on the town with the new female. In game, I mean. I guess they loan you that with that to arena combat. Let's see who all else is on. That up. Double check, make sure I have that. Oh, darn. Well, guess we crashed. Yeah, that's as good a time as any to call the stream. Appreciate y'all all hanging out. Hope y'all enjoyed it. I did. Certainly see you when 3.5 comes out, maybe even sooner. And I'm probably, yeah, we're gonna go. A couple of people here, I guess, who I'll send over to Nerd Show and Tell. Y'all are probably already there. And I'll go over there myself just 'cause I love him. So, appreciate it, you guys. Shipwreck, Kool-Aid, Ragnarok Live, everybody that came in, visited, Antonio. Appreciate you, man. I'll talk to you over there here at Nerd.
Yo, Joe. Thanks for that, Ransom.
Yo, Joe!
So we're playing a little Get Out of Our Corp today. Trying. This is like, I don't know what try this is. This is like try 50. But thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Shane, a.k.a. Nerd Show and Tell. We're actually having... turn my green screen back on. There we go. We are having a... Holy crap.